देखो इस सब कपड़ा मत ले लगा पीछे।
Hello Devrat, good morning. Am I audible?
Hi Ravi sir, good morning.
How are you?
बढ़िया सर.
How was your weekdays? All busy?
Good sir, good. Yes, audit.
Great. Okay, great. So, is my screen is visible to you?
Yes, visible.
Okay, fine. So, let's start then. We basically today we are going to see the domain one in detail, right?
Hmm.
So, what we are going to cover here in domain one is foundation of IS audit. We will discuss that, the IS audit function and governance structure, another section two,
Hmm.
then standard ethics and professional skepticism. This we will discuss. Then audit planning, how we will plan the audit, evidence sampling, how we will collect the evidence, how we will do the sampling, on what basis, what are the criteria. This we will see. And then after that, technical testing, how we perform the technical testing
Hmm.
for the respective controls. Then domains, documentation and findings. What are the documentation required in the audit? So we will see that. Reporting and follow-up. Then we will see how we will do the reporting, how do we will do the follow-up. Then fraud and emerging technologies we will discuss. We will also see the some case studies, and we will also looking for the hands-on technical labs. Technical labs, hands-on, we will means hands. We will just give you the the theoretical part of this. Hands-on is we will not providing because that is not the part of this examination. Okay,
Hmm.
like in the CEH and OSCP, that hands-on will be the part of the examination. So in that we will provide the hands-on to the candidate. But here we will go through all the technical perspective of how we are going to test and
Because in
perform.
audit we just need overview.
Yeah, yes. So that is the
Hmm.
reason we will not going to going for the real practical, but yes, the entire scenario and perspective we will see. Okay,
Hmm.
that we will discuss.
Okay.
So, basically, what is information security audit? Just a minute. Right. So, what are the audit processes?
Hmm.
So basically, audit is why we are doing audit. Basically, the main objective of performing an audit, whether it is any system, either you are going to perform audit for a IT organization, for a mechanical company, or a chemical company, or any other organization. So main objective of audit is to identify the gaps in the process. They have,
Hmm.
suppose you are an auditor, and being an auditor, you are not supposed to have a knowledge of entire process, because there are multiple n number of domains are there, and respective enterprises are there, right? And they have their own SMEs there, and they know better their environment, right? But
Hmm.
being an auditor, you are not supposed to know everything, but yes, you have to know about what are the core core process, how that process
Hmm.
run, and where would be the possible gap. These
Yes.
for that level, basically, you are required to to have the knowledge. And for that, suppose if you are going to audit for any organization, you are not aware of, earlier you have never done audit for that, and you are not aware about that process. So initially we will ask for their uh, process document, standard operating procedure, SOPs, right? So
Hmm.
that you are able to understand their what is their core function, what is their core processes, and what is their key processes. These things uh, so that you can understand, right? If you are
Hmm.
you're going to perform an audit of an IT organization, obviously you are well aware of that. But in since you are an IT auditor, so obviously for other domain also, like for any chemical industry or mechanical industry, you are going to audit for a system. You are going to perform the system audit. But thing is that that system is the part of their own process. Okay, suppose that manufacturing organization is producing tires or producing transformers like that. Okay, so they are using the system, but thing is that that system are involved in the process of generation of those transformers or those tires, right? So they have their own uh, production line, I would say. Okay, so for that you just need to understand how that production line work, and you need to understand what are the core function of that system, what kind of data that system is storing, and what are the inputs that system is getting, what are the output that the system is getting, and what is the process of performing that particular function or job. Okay, so that you need to understand, right? You need not to understand or drill down about the process of making a transformer or process of making a tire, right? But still you need to understand what are the process that particular system is following to generate that product. Okay, so for that only your concern should be only at that extent, and in that case you should aware about uh, their system core process, what they are following, right? So this is the and once you identify the or aware of the process, then only you are able to understand or identify the gap in that. So since being an auditor, your work is to identify the gaps into the system, into the process, into the uh, as we have already discussed, their key functions are people, process, and technologies. Right? So you need to understand who are the key peoples into that system, what are the key processes, what are the key technologies or key infrastructure they are having. You need to identify that, and then based on that, you need to perform the audit, right? So this is the main and
Yes.
core objective of the uh, your information system audit. So it's a like business assurance. You need to understand what are the core business. Then you need to perform the risk management. Once you perform the risk management, you can understand the security posture, that where are the critical risk lies on ground level into the system. Then you need to evaluate the controls, what are their existing controls, what would be the controls you can add into the system and mitigate the risk. And then once you mitigate the risk, you need to go for the compliance. Okay, compliance process. That compliance process you will achieve by either there will be two processes, internal audit and external audit. So you once you implement all the controls, so your internal audit team will verify it, they will perform the audit, and then once you are ensured that yes, everything is okay, their possibility of having gap is minimized. Of certainly security doesn't means that your system will be 100% full uh, uh, secure. You have achieved 100% security. Okay, because somewhere we are not aware about the like there is a 0 day vulnerabilities are there through which for which we do not have any controls, right? So no function or no system in the world is having 100% security, but you can achieve 99, at least 99% of the security by implementing the various controls respective to that function, okay, or that process. So you will go for the compliance part. Compliance you can achieve by performing internal audit, and then you can validate it from the external auditor that they perform the audit and provide you the certification. So there are multiple process audit certifications are available. So based on the nature of your organization, you will go for those certification. Like if you are having a general secure system and you want to ensure that your system should follow a uh, ISO standard, so you can go for the ISO 27001 uh, 2022, which is the latest one, ISMS standard. Once you certify that, you will get a certification of that. if your company is holding the or accept having or storing the credit card data, you can go for the PCI DSS compliance. If your organization is handling the financial data, then in that case, and your company is also handling the data, who's having branches in the US or other European countries, then you need to basically follow the SOX audit. Uh, uh, that is basically mandatory for the US based organization. And similarly, if you are a service-based organization and providing a service, then your customer can ask for SOC 2 Type 2 report to ensure that your security posture is uh, is properly defined. Okay, so these are there are many, and if you are into the banking sector and you are into the India, then RBI is a governing and apex body, and you need to basically follow their laws and rules and regulation, cybersecurity law. Okay, so for that you have to go for the compliance of that. And in India, there is an organization called Certain, who are basically uh, keep on constantly monitoring the entire uh, security for the critical infrastructure in India, right? For the, like for the banking and other important critical infrastructure. So uh, in case if any major incident happen, like any ransomware happen and all these things, so it's a responsibility of an organization to provide or immediately respond or inform to the certain, and if you're in financial sector, so you need to inform it to the RBI basically immediately. So these are the multiple compliances which you need to follow, right? So it's a kind of an overview I've provided you. So how you will going to achieve the compliance. Then there is a process of continuous improvement. Continuous improvement means once you achieve, once you get the certificate and once you ensure that yes, everything has been aligned now. So in spite of that, it is not like that you are okay that no, we have achieved the certification, so it's all good. We need not to monitor anything. It is not like that. You need to continuously improve and continuously monitoring your continuously monitor your basically controls which you have implemented, right? Because what happened by the time it happens that by the it's the nature of a human that uh, slowly and steadily he basically he will not going to follow the standard process, and in the result would be that there will be a gap arise into the process. So that is, or maybe due to the there is a change in the technology change happen, or new patches has come, new version of application has come. So in that case also, and if there is chances that that patch or that changes once you implemented, your business will going to impact somewhat. So you are not allowing or you do not want to implement those changes. So in that case also there will be a gap arise. So for that also there is a requirement of continuous basically monitoring and auditing of your process, right? So that's an ongoing process, and from the organization inside team should be there who are keep tracking these those things. So so that uh, if we go for the again recertification, the gaps would be minimized. Okay, so this is the process of continuous improvement and monitoring. So this is why this is what the main objective of the information system audit basically. So enterprise audit life cycle. So the life cycle is basically started with the planning. So being an auditor, you are going to audit somewhere, so you need to perform the plan. You need to redefine the audit charter. In the planning, you will identify means to whom you need to meet to with the stakeholders, how you are going to plan your or structure your day-to-day audit, how you will plan that should be mentioned in your audit plan. Then how you will perform the risk assessment, that should be there. Scope, what would should be the scope of the audit, what are the key people, process, and technologies. Uh, Basically, what we say assets are, what are the key assets basically. You need to define that under the scope. Then field work. Field work is basically you need to at ground level you need to visit the department, and you need to go to discuss with the head of the department or the business process owner or application owner, that how your function your process is working. You need to first go through that process, and then you need to in personal meet with them. You must be having you perform do the meeting with these key stakeholders and key peoples, and then only this is called basically this exercise called the basically ground level exercise or field work. That is have its their own very important function. And majorly in banks, suppose you are going to perform an audit of a data center, so the physical presence would be mandatory. You need to go there. And suppose if you are performing audit of an application, so it is not required to be physical there. You can also perform this remotely also to um, by taking the remote access. So it depend upon the case to case basically. Then
Yes.
then management response once sorry, the field work, then technical testing. So what based on the field work or based on the observation you got after discussion with the key people, you have to perform the technical testing, that whether the process is actually working or not, right? So like for access control, you need to check that yeah, that person should have a proper provisioning process. HR should follow the proper provisioning process. It should the employee who is newly joined should get a proper access. It should follow the password policy. That must their password should be alphanumeric and special character. The minimum length of the password should be 10, 12 as per the standard, and MFA should be enabled. SSO should be enabled for privilege access. PAM should be enabled for their account, and just-in-time access is also required. Uh, I think I earlier I've discussed this just-in-time JIT, right?
Yes. Hmm.
Right. So that these things you need to check basically, right? So basically there are multiple tool basically on which on AD, Azure AD is there, or Okta is there. So there are multiple identity providers are there who are, these are called the IGA, basically information governance and authentication basically. So these are the tools which comes under the IGA. They are capable of providing you these kind of facility or technical support basically, so that uh, the new user should align with all this security process. Okay. Then on that basis, you need to perform the technical testing, then evidence collection based on the technical testing. Suppose you think that that person is while auditing you, you identify that that person is not aligned with the MFA, right? So in that case, you can note down that MFA is not enabled. So you can it's a evidence, and for that basically you can collect the proper documents. Documents means you need to uh, ask for the system screenshot of that, and also if there is any formal mail is communicated by the manager to the team or actually to the team, then you can ask for that also, that whether in earlier they have raised request for the MFA or not, and if it is not there, why it is not there, what are the business means you can ask for the business justification of that, because it's a MFA is required for accessing the critical application, right? So these things, these are the basically evidence you can note down for the discussion later on.
Okay.
Then audit findings. So these are the like you identify that MFA is not there. So you noted down that audit finding. Then that you will present in the audit report to the management that that particular access control MFA is not there. And it should be there because the users are going to access the critical application. So if you are not implementing the MFA, it will be a there would be a chance that the application would get breached. Okay, so that you can mention in the audit report. Then management response based on your audit report, management would give you response why they have not implemented, what are the bottlenecks they are facing basically, or why the management is not interested in implementing MFA. So these things the management will uh, respond in their management report. Or or they can also suggest that yes, based on the audit report, basically they will going to implement the MFA within that period of time, within 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. That period can also be mentioned by the management. So by that period, you can ask to implement the compensating control so that the risk would be minimized. So this is how you can respond on over to the management response. Then continuous follow-up. You need to perform the continuous follow-up with the team that whatever suggestion you have suggested to them, whether they have implemented or not, right? So so that you also ensure that uh, the systems are now the risk of the process would be minimized as per the suggestion. So you can also go for the another round of audit to ensure that. There are multiple templates and documents are there which is required to perform the audit. We will see later on. Then there is also a mandatory resource employees training related with the information security or awareness session would be required to ensure that employees should have a minimum baseline of security awareness with them. So that since I've told you earlier that human are the most weakest uh, part of the this entire security pipeline. So until and unless humans are not properly aware of these things, there would be a chance that they would not able to handle the application properly, or they would not able to handle the perform the configuration of the application or the configuration of the system, or there would be a chance that they would hit any email which comes outside from the domain, and that would result into the ransomware attack or any other malware attack. So in order to avoid these things, basically it is necessary to have a one uh, uh, session for the training, information security awareness
Mandatory
training.
training for information
Yeah,
security.
yeah. So that is required, and it is not not only means you need to also capture the output of that. Basically, it is not like that you just told that mandatory training is required and users have to attend that. No, you should capture the result of that also, whether that person is really performed that training, or it is just for the sake of completion of the training they have done this, or is the person is always really aware of these things what has been told into the training or not. So these things you need to basically capture, right? So since it
Yes.
has their own importance, basically these trainings. Right. So the IS audit function and governance structure. So types of audit basically. So so basically the audit types are depend upon the Basically, it will be like it can be your internal audit, it can be external audit, it can be third party audit, it would be a financial audit, right? So it would be a operation audit. So it's a type of, requirement, what kind of requirement you are having or the your business having, that kind of audit, means audit can be performed. So if we talk about the internal audit, so basically internal audit is mainly about to ensure that whatever key assets they are having, uh, so they should not have any gap, or security gap in that. So in order to minimize that, or reduce that gaps and minimize the risk, we need to continuously perform the audit, right? Then so there would be a dedicated internal team into the organization who are continuously monitoring and doing this audit over the period of time, so that in case of any external audit happen, uh, they would, means the gaps would be identified as minimum as possible. Okay, so that is the basically function and objective of the internal audit. External audit basically, they are required to uh, provide you the certification. Certification means most most of the customers are rely on the certification. They only give you business if they ensure that yes, you have a certification, means, and certification is also from the third party auditor. Why there is a third party auditor required? uh, why there is a requirement of, third party auditor or third party certification? I have a question for you this.
Because they will do the audit as per, auditor's guideline. They will not be uh, biased, as you said.
Yes, yes, yes. So this is what I want to listen from you. That specific
Yes.
terminology is biasness. In order to avoid the biasness, it should not be
Mm,
biased. Okay, so that is the reason.
yes.
Otherwise, why the company want to expense these things into the external auditor? What is the requirement of that? Because it's a
Mm,
statutory requirement, or or a regulatory requirement. Suppose there's a bank who has to follow the RBI guideline, but uh, so if RBI said that you have to follow this, so that bank has performed internal audit from their internal team, and they show the
mm,
result to the RBI that see, I have performed the internal audit. This is the result, and RBI will say no, no, this will not be allowed. He will not going to
mm,
rely on that. He will rely on the third party auditor, basically, report. So because that team is the internal part of the team, right? Of the bank, and that could be biased, right?
mm,
So that is not the appropriate report, or it would not be considered, basically, I would say. So if for
mm,
in that case, external auditor audit report would be required, since they are the external auditor, they are not part of the internal team. The possibility of getting biasness is very low, right? We
mm.
we will not going to what would say, ignore the possibility of getting biased, but thing is that mostly at most of the time they are not biased, right? So
Correct.
in actually in previous few days back, I have there was a news that in Australian government has assigned some audit to one of the big four organization, and they have just prepared the report using the AI and present it to them, and those report was based
KPMG.
on the, yeah, those reports are based on the fake data, basically, right?
Mm,
So I mean, I was shocked while listening that how that could be possible. Means they even didn't try to identify, or revalidate the report, that whatever data they are using
mm.
is a real data or the dummy data they have used. I mean, because AI has generated, with their own IQ, they have generated their dummy data and all this. Most probably, they
Mm,
must have provided the real data, but uh, at many places, that report means they identify that the report is it looks like that report was generated through AI. So they got it, they had a doubt on that report, and uh, then these things come up actually. So
Yes.
while presenting the report, it is very important to revalidate the report twice, revalidate all the data what you are what are being used into the report to generate that report. So this is very important
Hmm.
for the customer, right? So these things should not be happen,
Yes.
and we should take a special care on this, right, while preparing the report.
Hmm.
So that is why the third party audit is required, right? Then operation audit, assessing efficiency and effectiveness of a process. So basically, although under the external or internal audit, this operation audit is a part of that internal or external audit. So their main objective is to identify the or to ensure the operating effectiveness of the application, right? Test of design or test of operation we will check. So how that control has been designed to ensure basically to minimize the risk, and how whether that design is properly functioning over that period of time or not, that need to be checked. That is comes under the operation audit, right? Uh, Similarly, financial audits. Financial audit focus on accuracy of financial statement basically. So accuracy of financial statement means if we talk about like SOX audit basically, SOX was emerged because they have identified that the organization who are dealing with the people money who are the handling the uh, um, you know common people money basically. So they are indulged into the fraudulent activity. So in order to avoid that, this SOX has come into the US. So that is comes under the AICPA CPA basically. So PCOB is a body that govern basically this kind of, or they frame the basic they frame this framework SOX. So under that basically the main objective is to regulate this kind of activity so that the fraudulent activity can be minimized, right? So under that basically two types of control will come. Those application who will handle the financial data, they need to external auditor need to perform the audit of those application, as well as then uh, process audit. So what process the particular application is doing, like whatever the data um are input into the application, what is the process to calculate calculate for the particular calculation of for the business logic, and what is the output is coming. It should be as per the standard operating procedure. So for that basically here we are testing IT general control audit and IT application audit. Under the IT general control audit, suppose the bank is basically collecting the customer data and they are storing it. So we need to perform the test on the under the IT general control. We need to check like what are the access control, who are the employees who are having the access to the application, whether they are authorized, authenticated and authorized or not properly. That we will check. Then change control, change management, we need to check if there is any change happen, it should be authorized change, right? Then operation control, what are the operations? Operation means whether properly backup of that data is they are doing or not, and whether data is taking backup on the same premises or over the data center is there, in order to have, if there incident happens, so how they will resume the data, how they will get all the data if any incident happen. So there should be a backup or data resilience is required. uh, and then in basically and if they are storing into the cloud, so what are the security measures they are taking to securing the data? Because in the cloud basically most of the time the multiple organization are having access to the cloud. So there is the issue of the tenancy. Basically, there would be a possibility and chance that one organization data can be breached to the other organization. It happened if if you perform the misconfiguration there, it happened. So like suppose in case of AWS, if the S3 bucket is not properly configured, the data will be open for the public. So the proper configuration security should be required while uh, you are storing data into the over the cloud, right? So that these things come under the operation management, right? Then you have a basically logical security access. So while performing the access to the users to the particular application, what kind of authentication and authorization mechanism you are having, what kind of like accesses restriction like rollback access control, uh, and attribute based access control. All these things I have already mentioned in previous sessions. So these things are MFA is there, SSO is there, PIMS is there, uh, JIT is there. Like these things are need to be verified. What kind of logical level security is there? So these are the controls, and the data privacy is also there. Data privacy means if you are collecting the data, you should be abide by the GDPR law. You should be abide by the California privacy law, or in case of data, basically in India, DPDPA, and if and data localization is also one of the case that many of the time organizations want to uh, or Indian or regulatory authority want that the data should be stored in their own territory basically. So that in case of any disaster or in case of any dispute they can have full control on their data, right? So these are the privacy controls which is required. So these are the controls we are looking under the your IT general control. Under the IT application control, what application is saying? Means what application, whether the application is functioning properly or not, like what are the input they are coming, what is the business logic and what are the output, like these things we will look into that. So we will come into it in detail for while moving. So these are the basically comes under the financial control, right?
Okay.
So based on the type of audit, we basically and the requirement of the organization, we will go for the audit. Three lines of defense, basically. So uh, basically, we follow the majorly at high level follow the three lines of defense. First line of defense is business operation, and a second line of defense is risk and compliance function, and third line of defense is internal audit. Business operation basically they owns and manage risk directly in their day-to-day work. So these are the top stakeholders who decide uh, like what are the policies should be followed by the entire organization to achieve the business goal, and how to minimize the risk associated with those basically associated with the business, right? So these will be drafted by the this first line of defense is of top stake management. They basically decide what should be there and what should not be there in order to achieve the goal. Second line of defense is your risk and compliance function. Risk and compliance function basically provide the oversight of policy setting and challenges to the first line. So it is not always so since stakeholders cannot be always right because they see everything with the eyes of the business. Okay, their main objective is to grow their business. So whether they are following a right way or as per the regulatory, since so they that should be decided by the risk and compliance basically. So they have basically they have those binoculars or those eyes through which they scan whatever you know standards has been set by the stakeholders. They will directly monitoring those standards and identify if those are related with the regulatory requirement or not, right? Means we should grow our business, but we should have also need to comply with the authorities, and we should comply with the regulatory compliance with the regulatory compliance. So their work is basically to regularly review their uh, decisions basically. So it is as per, so they are, therefore they are there. The second line is there. That is called the risk and compliance. And third line of defense is internal audit. It provides independent assurance to the board that both first and second lines are functional effectively. So internal audit, so where the real work of auditor will come, uh, whose responsibility is to perform the audit on the ground level. Means they need to really check the control, discuss with the process owner, discuss with the business owner, discuss with everything with the stakeholders, right? To ensure that whatever process is there to perform a particular activity, it should be as per the standard or as per the framework or as per the policy basically. So on ground level, this third line of defense will work basically. So first line of defense will set the tone at top, means he will decide what to do and what should not do in order to achieve the business goal. Second line of defense is basically comes under the risk and compliance, whose basically major role is to see and properly regulate that whatever has been said uh, by stakeholder, it should be complied by the authorities and by the regulators. Compliance. So their work is to see in that way. And third line of defense, basically, they need to ensure that first and second line of defense are working properly. You got my point, right?
Yes, got it.
Yeah. So this is how basically these are the three major line of defense basically. So fine. Internal audit versus external audit, that we have already discussed. That what are the objectives?
Yes.
Auditor charter. Auditor charter is the foundation of the governance document for the audit function, covering purpose, why the function exists, authority, responsibility, okay, independence, reporting, approval. So these things are mentioned into the audit charter basically. So basically all the activities related with the basically for the audit, it is mentioned in the audit charter,
Hmm.
right? So under the audit charter, what is the purpose? What purpose of the audit? Authority, who is having the authority, who is providing the authority? Independence means it should be the audit should be independent. It should show the responsibilities, what are the scopes they are having, and reporting structure, how we report, how we the reporting structure, how we frame the structure, that we need to see. Access rights, who can have access of those reports. Obviously these audit reports are confidential, they should not be they should not be go publicly, so only the authorized person should have this audit report, and it should be confidential and professional standards. It should follow the professional standards basically. So to take an example, the audit charter authorize auditors. Basically, the audit charter authorized to auditor that to access the system. Uh, they basically provide the auditor this freedom or capability that they can access the system, they can review the logs, they can interview employees, they can examine documentation, and they can report the finding independently. Fine. So, if we say that audit charter will give you the or will empower the auditors that they have a right to perform the audit, right? So this is the power of audit charter. So what audit charter can verify? He can approve the board. He can have board approval. He can verify. He can verify the latest version of the application or latest version of the system. He can review the date that when the last audit was performed. He can review that. He can review the and review and define the scope. And he also required to identify the responsibility of each of the employee. Okay, like based on the roles they are having. So they also have identity authority to verify the responsibility, and they can also check for the access rights, that who is having how much of access for the particular system, right? Like privileged users is having a root level of access. Normal user should not have that root level access, right? So these things of access rights can be uh, checked by the auditors. So these are the rights will be provided by the audit charter. So let's take an example of a simple observation where it is mentioned that audit charter is not reviewed in the last 5 years. So what would be the risk that if the audit charter has not been reviewed in the last 5 years? So the risk would be the roles and responsibility may not reflect current organization structure. Are you getting my point?
Yes, but I think I have confusion here. So this
Yes.
audit charter is also getting uh,
That
like
is
change.
also, yeah, that is also means for particular year, or if any roles and responsibility, because in the audit charter, all the auditors' roles and responsibility will be defined. So suppose in
Hmm.
your team, if any roles and responsibilities hasn't been changed, so and it should be reflect in the audit charter only. Okay.
Okay.
So 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 if the audit charter is suppose not been reviewed in last 5 years, so there would be a chance that although the that responsibility would not change so frequently, but thing is that in some case if it is showing change, then the only way to identify is to go through the audit charter. If it is not
Hmm.
properly or it is not sync with the current roles and responsibilities, then there would be a risk.
Okay.
Okay, so roles and responsibility, if not if it is not reviewed uh, frequently, then in that case there might be chance that the roles and responsibilities of the current organization should not be properly structured or reflected. So it would
Hmm.
be recommended that the review it should be review approve the audit charter annually. So annually we need to basically review the audit charter.
Okay.
Then just give me just give me 1 minute.
Hmm.
Yeah, hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So audit committee. So basically audit committees represent the board and provide the oversight of internal audit. So it ensures that audit independence and monitor remediation of significant findings, right? So main objective
Hmm.
is that it will basically represent the board and provide the oversight of the internal audit. So their responsibilities are the audit committee. It is a basically it's committee who are basically having the oversight on the internal audit. Okay, so their main responsibilities are they approve the audit charter. Their main function is to approve the audit charter. They approve the annual audit plan. They review significant findings. If there is any significant findings, they have a right to review it, monitor corrective actions. They monitor all the corrective actions at their end, evaluate audit performance, ensure independence, and report to the board. So these are the major responsibilities of the audit committee. Okay.
Hmm.
So I'm taking an example like there is a board at the top level. Under that board, so board has a members like they must having the key stakeholders, right? And a top businessmen and those who are having the you know what we call share into that business. So it's or those who have
Shareholders.
all the shareholders and all the uh, uh, important or the key members basically CEO at C level of executives are there, right? Under the
Hmm.
board members. So under the board member there is a audit committee. Okay, and then
Hmm.
after the audit committee there is chief audit executive below that. Then below executive there is an internal audit, then there is a management, and then business unit. So this is the entire basically flow of this. On top there is a board, then after that audit
Hmm.
committee, then chief audit executive, then internal audit, then management, and then business unit. So this is how it is structured basically.
So management and business unit, they
Management
should be
with
under the same audit
may
CAE, that chief audit executive, or different line.
No, so chief audit
Hello.
so for the chief audit executive, basically it comes under the chief internal audit comes under the chief audit executive CAE,
Ah, yes.
and
Hmm.
and under the internal audit department there is a management and business unit come.
Okay.
So these comes under the all this comes under the CAE basically, chief audit executive,
Okay.
right?
Got it.
So let's take an example of a quarterly audit committee meeting agenda. So, like a quarterly audit committee meeting, if there is a quarterly audit committee meeting happens, so there will be a agenda would be like high risk audit findings. What are the high risk identified during the audit? Cyber security. What are the cyber security incidents which has been identified? Regulatory compliances status. Okay. So, what is the status of
Hmm.
regulatory compliances? Whether they are fulfilled or not? These will check. Then, what are the open audit issues? What are the issues? Open. What are the open controls which is not uh, yet closed? What are the issue behind that we need to identify? And this dashboard, they are more interested in to look into the risk dashboard. Where is the highest risk? Where is the critical risk? Where is the high risk? So these things has that dashboard should be visible to the committee basically.
Hmm.
Okay, so then risk dashboard, then follow-up audit status. What are the status of the follow-up audits? And when the suppose some risk are not has been closed yet, so team has to be perform continuous audit follow-up on that. So we need to tell them the status on that, right? So these things basically under the audit committee meeting, these things can be asked, right? by the committee members.
Yes.
Okay, so audit committee can also perform the technical testing from there, and also they can audit committee charter. They can basically review the committee charter. They can review the meeting of minutes, attendance record, approval audit plan, and action item tracking. So main objective is that is the audit at the ground level will be, you know, happening properly or not. So the way of monitoring this thing is that audit committee can review the audit committee charter, whether the charter is annually reviewed or not. That that they can review that minutes of meeting of the, suppose there is a critical meeting is going on, right? So they can basically ask for the MOM for that meeting. So that how many times has been spent in the meeting, and how and the frequency of the meeting in a week basically happened this meeting, right? So they can ask for that. Attendance record can be asked. They can also approve audit plan. uh, Means they can review the approved audit plan basically. Then who has approved that audit plan, on that what basis? So they can review that also. What are the action trackers? Those for the open items, what are the action has been taken? What all are the actions has been taken till now? So that also can be reviewed by the audit committee. Okay, you got my point.
Hmm. Yes.
So they can ask for the evidences also, like the same evidences like committee charter. They can ask for the meeting of minutes. They can ask then board reports. They can ask annual audit plan. They can ask for the open finding and dashboards. Right. These are the basically evidence they can ask, that audit committee can ask. Okay. Since it has an authority to ask these things, to see whether the audit is being performed properly or not, right?
Hmm.
So I'm taking an example. One observation has been identified by the audit committee that high risk audit findings remain open for more than 18 months. Okay. So high
Hmm.
risk audit findings remain open for more than 18 months without escalation. What would be the risk? Suppose there are five audit findings who comes under the high risk, and
Hmm.
remain open for 18 months. So its risk rating comes under the high, right?
Hmm.
So 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 they can ask for the justification of this, that why it is still open for the 18 months without escalation. What are the reason
Yes.
behind that, right? So
Correct.
and they can recommend the established formal escalation procedure and periodic reporting to the audit committee. Means
Hmm.
you can see the issue here, that there are high risk, and that are still open for 18 months and without any escalation. Means no one is going to review
Hmm.
that, and it has not been reviewed from the last 18 months. So and it was not escalated to anyone. So they can recommend that establish a formal escalation procedure, right? So suppose any high risk control or uh, is still open, but and it is not being communicated or escalated, so they can recommend for the preparation of the process, that in case any such kind of incident happen in future, there should be a process to escalate this immediately, and periodic
Hmm.
reporting to the audit committee, and there has to be procedure to periodic reporting of those open items. Okay, so these such kind of recommendation can be uh, provided by the audit committee, if we see that such kind of high risk evidences are still open for such a long period of time without having any escalation. Got my point?
Yes.
Okay. Like examination related to this question can be asked, why should internal audit report to the audit committee? Why what is the requirement of that? Okay, and what are the primary responsibilities of the audit committee? Okay, and how does the audit committee maintain auditor independence? So this kind of question can be asked, but in a form of a scenario. You got my point?
Hmm.
That why should internal audit report to the audit committee? So as I already told you that uh,
Hmm.
in order to uh, see that audit is being performed diligently or not, they can ask for the audit report. Audit committee can
Yes.
ask, right?
Internal audit report.
Hmm. Yes. And what are the primary responsibilities of the audit committee? What are the primary responsibilities that uh, you could be asked such kind of
Hmm.
question based on the scenario related with this domain, right?
Okay.
So this is audit committee. So one question can be asked like this, that who is responsible for approving the internal audit charter, right? Listen my question properly. Who is responsible for
Hmm.
approving the internal audit charter? You have four options: CIO, IT manager, audit committee, board, or HR director. Who is responsible for
Audit
approving
committee
the
board.
audit charter? Yes, the audit committee board, because they have a right or responsible for approving the internal audit charter, because they are the above the audit committee. Under the audit committee board, internal audit charter comes. Okay,
Yes.
fine. So ISACA audit standards. So basically, a standard basically is a standard established minimum professional requirement. Basically, so why there is a requirement of establishing a standard, right? So the main importance of establishing of this standard is to perform the audit planning, risk assessment, evidence collection, control, evaluation, audit reporting, and follow-up activities.
Hmm.
So ISACA has uh, maintained this standard, or they have the requirement to standardize this process to achieve these minimum professional requirement. What are the requirement? That audit planning. The every auditor should perform the audit on basis of their audit planning. Then risk assessment. Based on the risk assessment or risk management, it is how they identify the risk, they perform the risk, means assess the risk, then uh, then they classify the risk, then they mitigate the risk. So how they are performing the risk assessment. So that on that basis, the auditor need to basically perform the audit. Then evidence collection. What are the evidence, or what kind of evidence they can ask for from the auditee? Then control evaluation. What are the controls is required to evaluate? Like in order to before evaluating the control, we need to thoroughly perform the assessment. What assessment basically? That always we need to address critical and high basically vulnerabilities or risk basically. Why it is required? Because if you start covering up low and medium, so there would be a possibility that low and medium risk, the organization have a capability or have their appetite to absorb or maintain that risk. Okay, so they need not required to address those risks. So that is the reason we only address for critical and high risk always. Okay.
Okay.
Then evidence collection, control evaluation, and so control evaluation there. So on this basis, we need to evaluate the controls that like we need to prioritize this. We need to prioritize this. So we need to address the high critical and high risk, and uh, that critical and high risk uh, control need to be prioritized and need to evaluate basically. Then audit reporting, proper audit reporting should be there. Proper audit reporting dashboard should be presented to the management. It should not be in a technical form, it should be in business form, where business impact should be uh, uh, can be identified by the stakeholder, because they are not aware about the technical things, they only aware about the business impact. So in that way, we need to frame our audit report. Follow-up activities. What are the follow-up activities an auditor is basically doing to mitigate the open basically points. Okay.
Observations.
Yes. So these things comes under the audit standard basically. And also ISACA promote while performing the audit. The auditor should show the consistency, it should show the independence, it should show the objectivity, professional judgment, and high quality assurance. Means the auditor should show consistency. Means it should be consistent throughout their audit. Like whatever date and time he has chosen for perform the audit, it should be there on the particular date and time, because auditee has their own work, they are have their own business, and they do not have a much time. So uh, on that, on which date and which time the audit has been scheduled, auditor should be there at the same time and same place. Okay. So this will basically show the consistency of an auditor. Independence. So it should not be biased. It should be independent. It should not be, influenced by the auditee. Like suppose an auditor has identified any observation, and auditee said that okay, it's a critical one, but we can basically minimize it at our level by exchanging something or something like that. Like so,
Hmm.
in this way, the auditor trying to bias the auditor, but it should not happen. Generally, in government, we can see these things that it happen.
Yes, yes, yes.
So, uh, so that should not be happen basically. Okay,
Hmm.
so it should be independent. Objectivity. Auditor should be clear with their objective, that what are the scope, based on their scope, and what are the controls they are going to audit, what are the observation they need to identify, what are the controls they need to test, and what are the evidence they need to they are going to ask uh, with the auditee. All the things should be, it should be very clear about that. The auditor should be very clear about these things. So, right. So, and professional judgment. He should be well informed, and as per his qualification, that he can able to perform the uh, or came across to the professional judgment. Means uh, like in in the lack of any evidences, or in lack of any if he identify any gaps, so he can properly able to identify or judge that there is a critical gap in the process, and accordingly he has to report these things to the into the risk register, that these are the gap and there is a risk. Okay. So in order to achieve that, he should be well aware of about the process, audit process, right? So that is called the professional judgment. Then high quality assurance, he should be give, and he should be means he should be assured that whatever gap he is identifying, or whatever NC he is giving based on the unavailability of the evidence, he should able to give the assurance that yes, that is based on this. This gap is due to the lack of this evidence. He is giving this non-conformity, right? So for that, that will only come when he is well informed and well aware about the process, right? So these are the things which auditors should follow: consistency, independence, objectivity, professional judgment, and high quality assurance. So these are the major things which ISACA promote that an auditor should and must have. Okay, you got my point.
Yes.
Fine. Do you know the difference between standards and guidelines?
Standards standards are mandatory, fixed things which we have to follow.
Mm,
Guidelines are like optional,
okay.
that if the organization want, they can follow, or they can use another guideline as well.
Yeah. So basically, standards are mandatory. They are everyone has to mandatory follow the standards. Okay. So standard can be
Yes.
set by your regulatory requirement, regulatory authorities, or your global authorities. Basically, that
Hmm.
that these are the mandatory things which you need to follow. Like suppose if any customer is handling the uh, uh, card data of any of their of the customer, then it is mandatory for them to compliance by the PCI-DSS. So it's a mandatory. There is no other option, right? They have to have follow this, right? Another thing is guideline. Guidelines are recommended practices, right? So a recommended practice, this they have giving the set of recommendation or instruction that in order to achieve the security compliances, uh, organization must follow n numbers of instruction or recommendation. Suppose in ISO 27001 2022 there are 93 controls. Okay, in earlier the number of controls were high. I think 123 or something, right? But later on, they have merged few controls and reduced and also added few controls as per the requirement, as per the current requirement, right? Like they have added cloud security and other things, the AI security they have added, so other things they have added.
Hmm.
So all the 93 controls would not be applicable on all organization. It is up to the organization, and it is up to the size of the organization, and on the discretion or on the discretion of the organization that whether they will go for the particular application control, or they will exclude it, whether they will include it or exclude it. Basically it depend upon the size of the organization. If an organization is an MNC and they have operational in multiple geographical area, they have to as per their business process, they have to basically follow all the 93 controls. But suppose if there is any uh, what we call it, there is any new organization, new company, there is any startup. So since they are new, their operational activities are limited. So it is not recommended, means it is not forced by the authorities that you have to also follow 93 controls. No, that is a recommendation. So it's upon the organization discretion that what controls they want and what controls they did not want based on their business process, right? So that is called a recommendation. So there is a difference between standard and guideline.
Yes.
Standard is having the defined requirement, and guideline is having the explained implementation. In standard, they have means authority can ask, then you have to follow the PCI DSS, right? But in guidelines, how you have to follow, what steps you have to follow, that is mentioned in the guideline. Standards must be followed. There is no other way. Guidelines help auditors apply standards. So it depend upon the auditors basically. They have a right to choose that what kind of controls or standards are applicable on a particular organization or not. It depend upon the size of the organization, right? So that is the main difference uh, between the standard and guidelines.
Yes.
So taking an example on this, so suppose a multinational insurance company perform IT audit across 25 countries. Okay, so to ensure consistent audit quality, every auditor should follow ISACA standard. Okay, that is one thing. Audit programs are standardized, evidence is documented consistently, and reports follow common structures. So these are the basically these are the consistent audit quality that should be maintained by the auditors, right? Like
Mm.
every audit should follow ISACA standard. Audit programs are standardized. They must have a proper standards. Evidence is documented consistently, and report follow common structure. These things should be uh, followed by the IT audits across all 25 countries, basically. Technical, if you talk about the, so till now, you have any doubt?
No, no.
So basically, what is going here is that basically this domain is a little bit theoretical, and it talk about
Yes.
audit charter
Mm,
and these things. So we need to
mm,
understand in this way only, and the questions will be asked in this format only. So
mm.
that is the reason it is little bit change that not it can be felt not interesting, but we have to cover it up, right? At anyhow,
Yes, yes.
right? Auditor should verify the audit method. It should, as per the ISACA standard, auditor should verify that audit methodology aligned with ISACA standard. Whatever audit methodology they are following, it should be as per the ISACA standard. Audit documentation is complete. Evidence support conclusions and audit reports contain mandatory elements, right? So these things have to be verified by the auditors.
Mm.
So while generating the evidence, while preparing the evidence as per the ISACA standard, auditor must follow few evidence requirement like audit methodology. They should maintain the audit methodology, audit program. They should have a proper audit program with them. Work papers. What are the required work papers means uh, you must have a audit methodology. You must have a list of controls right with them. What controls is implemented, what controls should not be implemented. These things should be mentioned in your documented. You should have a risk register. You should have uh, based on the controls. There are multiple documents is required like policies, procedures, standards. These are required and it should be maintained by the auditors. Apart from that, for a control specific, there are multiple documents is required. We will check that when we will go for the controls. So what kind of documents is required, we will see that, right? At that
Mm.
time. So there are n number of papers or work papers which is required to maintain by the auditors while performing the audit. Evidence register. Evidence register has to be maintained. Final report uh, final final reports uh, they should have with them and quality review check. Quality review
Yes.
check basically how you are performing the audit, what are the standards you have follow. So these things you need to maintain there. So these are the a few evidences which evidence methodology basically an auditor should follow while maintaining the evidence.
Hmm.
ISACA Code of Ethics. So there are basically the five principles that auditors should follow: the integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, competency, and professional behavior. So these are the principal professional ethics an auditor has to follow. Integrity means auditor should be honest, it report facts accurately, avoid conflicts of interest, and never manipulate the evidences. So that comes
Hmm.
under the integrity. Objectivity basically it should be remain unbiased, avoid personal influence, and base conclusion on evidences. On the basis of the evidence only, he has to come over any conclusion. That is comes under the objectivity. For the confidentiality, basically uh, he can refer to the customer records, source code, security vulnerabilities, passwords, audit finding,
Hmm.
financial information. These things through these things he can ensure the confidentiality basically. Okay, and then competency, maintain a professional knowledge. Auditor should maintain a professional knowledge, and it should stay current with technology. Means it should be it should be well aware about the trending technology. Got my point?
Up to date. Yes.
Yeah. So suppose nowadays AI is on boom, and if any and many organization is following the AI standards, and
Hmm.
every company is for trying to include AI into their system, right? So if you are
Hmm.
going to perform an audit and you are not aware about the AI and how to perform the audit for the AI basically to AI security. So in that
Hmm.
case, somewhere you will not following the ISACA standard because as per the requirement of the current technology, AI is mandatory everywhere. I mean, not mandatory means many of the organization are following. So you should aware about the AI and all its security terminology. Okay, so that has
Yes.
to be. Uh, so if you aware about this, then it will be beneficial, right?
Hmm.
So so this is an example of stay with the current technology, understand emerging risks such as AI, cloud, and DevSecOps. So
Hmm.
AI, cloud, and DevSecOps. AI is important. The security is important. Clouds. Everyone want to start migration their data from on-premises to cloud, right? So in that case, basically, you should be aware about the cloud technologies. Okay, like for GCP or AWS or Azure, and
Hmm.
how to develop infra. I mean, you being an auditor, you should not. I mean, it is not mandatory to go in depth of these things, but at least you should aware of this uh, how the cloud engineer prepare the infra, what are the securities they have, what are the security gates they have implemented while preparing the infrastructure on the like for the computation part, memory part, right, and storage. So what are the securities they have implemented to protect the data over the cloud? These things you must be aware of it,
Hmm.
right? So these things comes under the competency. So if you go back 10 years back, so no one is aware about the DevOps and no one is aware about the, cloud was there. It was introduced that time. So most of the organizations were, keeping their data on premises. So everyone is only talking about the how to secure the on premises data, right?
Hmm.
So they were talking about the BCP process, data resiliency, all these things they talk. But after the emergence of this cloud and DevOps basically. So because it is a cost effective also, it is not much expensive while maintaining your data in the cloud. Right? So as per your
Mm.
requirement, you can go for the subscription, and you can your data will be accessible to your customer. So it is not necessary to maintain maintain a heavy database or data centers on your premises. It's because all things comes under the cost. So
Mm.
many organizations are opted for cloud technology, and they wanted them data to be migrated over the cloud, right? So the major maximum organization try to migrate the data over the cloud. So to, at the same time, the security of the cloud is also increases. Means the demand of the security of the cloud is also increases. So we should be aware about these things, right? And after in coming 10 years, maybe the technology would also get changed and something new will come. So accordingly, we need to change. Auditor need to change their knowledge. So we
Knowledge.
have to
Yes.
we have to keep updating ourselves, right? Like our phone is getting updated day by day.
Mm.
So in the
That's
same
update.
way, we have to consider ourselves as a mobile phone, and we have to keep on patching up and keep on updating ourselves. Otherwise,
Yes.
we will be out of the market, right?
Correct.
Like Nokia.
Yes. Yes. Best
So
example.
yeah. And even after realizing Nokia tried to breach the market and try to enter into the market, but no one is going to
But
listen
not
them, right?
succeed. Yes.
Yeah, because once you keep behind and you are not with the technology, and you are
Mm.
resistant to change, you keep yourself resistant to change, that you are uh, you make yourself that I'm not going to change with the technologies. At that moment only
Then
you will
technology will
start.
change you.
Yeah. Your downtime will start, and you will one day you will not miss. You will be alone. I mean to say,
Yes.
because everyone is talking about new technologies, new things. Like, since nowadays
Mm.
everyone is talking about cloud, sorry, that AI and all
AI.
these things, and many people are developing the agents, AI agents. They are
Mm.
giving this. Uh, they are selling these agents to the company in high cost. So they are making money out of this using the new
Mm.
technology. And few people are only thinking, what is AI? Why should I know about AI? This is not my
Mm.
domain, and all these things. Uh, so you have to be, and since we are an auditor, so we have to maintain all these things every time. We have to go
Yes.
along with the technology,
Mm.
right? So that is the pain point of an auditor. We have to, because at one point of time, right? Humans are start resisting to learning, right?
Yes. Yes.
Means
With the age.
yeah, with the age. I mean, because we are continuously in the process of learning from our childhood to elderhood, right?
Mm.
It's a long journey. It was a long journey, and we we think that where should we at somewhere we should stop. I mean, our
And
mind
it will be
think
stuff.
like this. Yeah, our mind
Mm.
start thinking like this, right?
Yes.
But Elon Musk and all these big businessmen will not allow us.
They will
They
keep
ca-
on changing the technology.
yeah, they are, their mindset are mind blowing. I mean, they are thinking out of the box always.
Yes.
They
Yes.
because and if we talk about China, China is 50 to 100 years ahead from India. They
Mm-hmm.
have even
Definitely.
from the US also, from rest of the world also, because they are continuously into the research, and they are developing all the new things. They are working on the new technologies. They keep on
Mm.
working on these things, whether it is medical, whether it is a technology or IT or space or anything. They are into
Mm.
everywhere, right? So I think in coming days, China will going to be a
Next
emerge as
US
yeah, it's a next next
global
what
power.
do yeah, next king of the world, right?
Hmm.
Uh, so we have to be with them actually, with the technology, along with the technology, and so
Let's see.
otherwise no one will ask us to please come and audit our system. He will say, "Oh, you don't know AI. We have we don't have an employee, we have an AI agent. All
Yes,
agents are working here. You don't know how to audit the agent. We don't require you." Mm.
shit.
This will going to happen soon. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Very soon.
Yeah. So we have to stay with the current technology, understand emerging risks such as AI, cloud, and by the time the evolving of the new technology, risk is also evolving, right? So
Hmm.
parallelly, risk is also evolving. So there, the auditor work is come. So first of all, you need to aware about the current technology. Then you need to know how to mitigate the risk of that technology. Okay. So again,
Hmm.
we are talking about the on-premises security. So all these things. So now we are talking about the security over the cloud. Now we are after emerging of AI, we are talking about the security of the AI, right?
Hmm.
So while preparing a collection, so AI, how AI will work like a model will work basically the AI engineer collect the data and they process it and then is restructure it, then prepare AI model of that. Okay,
Hmm.
and then they use that data to train that model basically.
Yes.
Once they train the model, they implement then they identify the result of the what is the output of that model. Okay, whether that model has been properly trained or not. Okay, so
Hmm.
they will see the result, they observe it basically, and then they deploy it onto the production line basically. So then they observe. So this is the entire AI life cycle, and in the entire life and each step there will be a requirement of the security. Like if you talk about the generative AI, so uh, there is a basically prompt injection. Prompt injection means it is not like if you try to ask any question with the chat GPT, he will if you can try if you ask anything absurd ask from the chat GPT, he will deny that and he will tell that it is not comes under their scope. I mean, or under the law.
Hmm.
He know what to search and what not to search, what response he has to give to you. So like that. So there is a technology comes basically prompt injection that that is there to basically prevent those things. Similarly, jailbreaking is there to prevent the data theft possibility is there, model theft possibility is there. So for entire pipeline, there is a each level there is a security. So so
Oh.
while day by day when technology is evolving, risk is also evolving, and we have
Hmm.
to understand the technology and then we have to mitigate the risk. This is how we have to go,
Okay.
right?
Hmm.
So professional skepticism, basically. So it's a kind of a develop an auditor mindset. So you have to see everything, every process, uh, every application which is working from the auditor mindset.
Hmm.
Okay. So, and professional skepticism means maintaining a questioning mind. That why you need to question for each step, right? The why it is happening, why it is. why why this process has come, why this process has not come, why this step has
Hmm.
next come. Okay, so these things you need to understand and think like auditor mindset and need to question all the time.
Everything.
Okay, yeah.
Hmm.
So that is called the professional skepticism. So taking an example, suppose the all management says that all privilege accounts are reviewed every month. Okay. So what would be the auditor response? Its response should be, please provide the review report, approval record, and evidence. Got my point?
Hmm. Yes.
So management said that all privilege are being reviewed every month. So you will
Monthly
ask with the
report.
management that, yeah, provide the review report, approval, who approved it, and respective evidence. So this
Hmm.
is how you can basically question to the management, right? From the auditor
Hmm.
mindset. So what auditor mindsets will say, always say question assumption. You need to assume the question, validate evidence. Each time you need to validate it, challenge challenge inconsistencies. If there is any inconsistencies you identify, you need to ask the question, or you need to challenge it. Look for exceptions. If there is any exceptions, approvals are there, right? So if like people are not following the process, or they bypassing the process, okay? So in case of any exception, or if you identify anything, then you need to raise the question on this. Okay, and
Hmm.
corroborate information from multiple sources. You suppose you have collected information from multiple sources, like suppose for the access provisioning process, you have asked HR list of new user joining from last 1 month, right? So, and you also asked the similar system generated AD screenshot. Okay, and then you also ask the management approval, either ticket or either through mail. Okay, so you need to
Hmm.
basically correlate all these things, right? You need
Hmm.
to correlate. You need to correlate the list of users who are newly joined from the HR, and you need to take that. You need to take the system generated list who has get an access onto the application, and you need to check the proper approval from the management, either it is from ticket or from the mail. You need to map all these three, you know, so that
Hmm.
only you can able to identify that what the HR is saying is correct, was what the and what date that the user got the access in the AD into the system, that you can map, and whether it has been approved by the management or not. That is also basically you can verify while using these three reports. Okay,
Hmm.
you cannot rely on only one report. Like you cannot rely on only the HR. HR has given you the document list of the users. You cannot alone rely on that basically, right? You need to corroborate information from multiple sources. You need to uh, map all the information, right?
Hmm.
To validate everything and come across the conclusion. Okay. So,
Hmm.
like an example, like management state that disaster recovery tests are performed annually. Okay. So then, or what would auditor request? Auditor would request for the DR test report, disaster recovery test report, recovery logs, attendance record, approval from business owner. The review, okay. So the review shows the last successful test occurred 3 years ago. So, so you got my point, my question. The management state that disaster recovery tests perform annually. Like
Hmm.
a disaster recovery test annually has been performed. So, auditor can ask for the DR test report, recovery logs, attendance records, approval from business owner. So,
Hmm.
while verifying these things, uh, he can ensure that. that the recovery test has been performed annually. Got my
Okay.
point?
Yes.
So you cannot rely on a single document. You need to, based on the requirement of the control, you can ask for the multiple document, and then you need to
Hmm.
corroborate it, correlate it, and then comes to a final conclusion, right?
Hmm.
So if you are going for performing any technical testing, so you need to validate the configuration setting of the system or the application. System logs you need to check. Uh, uh, you need to check the audit trails, previous audit trails, and
Hmm.
change tickets basically, and monitoring reports. So these things you need to validate for any technical testing, right?
Yes.
So, suppose one observation has come that management claimed all servers were patched monthly. Okay.
Hmm.
So evidence shows 120 critical servers had not been patched for 180 days. Management is claiming that all servers were patched monthly, but evidence shows, as per the evidence, 120 critical servers had not been patched from last 180 days, right?
Then it's
So
observation.
yeah, it will be an observation, because since we cannot rely on only on the words of the management, we
Word of
require
mouth.
the
Hmm.
yeah,
Evidence.
we have to uh, we have to come to the conclusion based on the evidences. Okay,
Hmm.
so the risk rating would be high, right?
Yes.
So audit planning. So audit planning, basically objective is to how to prepare an audit, or need to understand how to prepare an audit before fieldwork begin. So before you are going to war, what kind of tools you have to have with you, what are the process
Hmm.
you have to follow in order to fight in the battle. Okay, so that is called the audit plan, right? So
Hmm.
it's a kind of an war zone where you have to understand, and you should know and aware about your tools, what tools and you have to use, where you have to use, on which you have to use. Got my point? I'm taking as an analogy. Okay.
Yes.
So in
Hmm.
this way, you need to plan your audit. Okay. So audit, it's a kind of audit plan determine the success of the engagement. So obviously, if you are aware about your tools, you are aware about the strength of your tools, to whom you are going to apply your tools, and how you will prepare the, you should have the plan, right? If
Hmm.
you work on these things, then the success in the battle will be high. Okay, if you are pre-planned, right? So in the similar way,
Hmm.
if you properly plan your audit, you aware about what is means how big is your team, whether the team is properly designated with their work, they are aware about what work they have to perform, right? And to whom you need to
Hmm.
ask the question, how you need to identify the scope, right? So these things, if you are aware about, so it will basically strengthen the success of your engagement. Okay. So poor plannings lead to incomplete testing. Okay. If you are not ready with your proper documentation, with your proper plan, it lead to incomplete testing. Errors can be missed. There would be chance ineffective audit reports. Okay,
Hmm.
so you should properly well prepared before going to the audit, right? So the
Right.
planning activity should contain the understand the business objective. You should aware about what are the what is the business, what type of business is that it, what are the stakeholders, okay, where on which countries this business is operational, what are the subsidiaries, or where is or which for which geographical area audit is uh, they want to be performed. So
Hmm.
all these things comes under the business objective. Then review previous audit report. You can ask for the previous report. Why there is a requirement of previous report? Can you explain this?
Who is asking, like, previous, the auditor, external auditor?
Auditor, yeah, auditor can ask for the previous report from the auditee.
Yeah, to see the NCs, like what was their last year and it is closed or not, their status.
Hmm.
To,
And
directly highlight the main risk
and
areas.
and and also if any NC is not been closed yet, so whether
Their
the proper
status.
business justification they have mentioned or not, right? So
Hmm.
that is also required. So all for looking all for all these things, previous audit report is required. Um,
Hmm.
then how you perform the risk assessment, you need to define the scope, you need to identify the resources, you need to prepare audit program, schedule an
Hmm.
interview, identify evidence and requirement. Okay.
Hmm.
So all these things comes under the planning activity. Okay. So if we talk about the audit plan workflow, so there will be like a business understanding. First of all, you need to on top, you need to understand the business. Then after that, you need to identify the risk. Risk assessment is required. Then audit scope. What would be the scope of the audit? Then control identification. What are the controls which is required to mitigate the risk? Audit program,
Hmm.
and then field work and paper and preparation. Okay, audit program means how you will going to uh, distribute work along your team. Okay, that should that should be important. Okay, then
Hmm.
you will then your team can go for the field work preparation, right? So take an example like a audit. You are going to perform audit for the CBS solution, core banking system. Okay, for a bank. So the business objective would be ensure the secure processing of a customer transaction. Okay, you need to check the whatever transaction has been going on. It should be secure. Okay, so
Hmm.
your scope would be authentication. All the transactions should be
Encryption.
authenticated. Yeah, authentication, authorization, logging. You can check for
Hmm.
logging, backup, change management. Yeah, encryption is also one of the part. So these things, you means these things these are the major things you can identify or you can these things come under your scope. Then how you
Yes.
perform the technical testing plan. So plan review may include your Active Directory testing, your database access, firewall rules, IAM configuration, backup report, and incident logs.
Hmm.
Okay, so you will going to review the Active Directory, right? Why you are
Hmm.
going to review Active Directory? So that you can aware who who are the authorized person or the employee who are having access to the transaction application. Okay, then
Hmm.
database access, who all are the employees who are having access to the database. Then firewall rules should be as per the standard, like all the by default all the requests should be on deny mode. Any mode should not be enabled. Okay,
Hmm.
based on the business requirement only. uh, the rules can be configured based on the business requirement. Okay, another thing, like this IP is suppose any this IP is allowed for increase and this IP is allowed for the egress. Increase and egress is a process of all the whatever data is coming inside to the firewall is called the ingress, and what is flowing outside of the firewall is called the egress. Okay, so
Hmm.
these things we need to identify in the firewall. And apart from that, IAM configuration, so that is like IAM is identity and access management. Which tool is deployed there? What are the security mechanisms are there for the approval of the for the employee, right? Uh, like
Hmm.
proper authentication, authorization, uh, uh, MFA is there, SSO is there, like that. Okay. Then backup reports. You should go for the test for the backup report, previous backup report, and incident logs. If there is any incident happened, you can also check for the logs.
Hmm.
Evidence. What are the evidence can be required? We are talking here about while doing the audit for the CBS system, core banking solution of his bank. Okay. So I'm on to the that page only. Okay. You got it?
Hmm.
Then
Yes.
then evidence required. What evidence we can ask? We can ask for the risk register, architecture diagram, policies,
Hmm.
previous audit report, system inventories, and asset registers. Risk
Hmm.
register, we can ask that if there is any, what are the previous risk, whether they are maintaining any risk register or not. We can ask that. Architecture, we can ask for the network architecture diagram so
Network
that we can,
diagram.
yeah, we can understand their inflow and outflow of the data. Policies,
Hmm.
they are all effective policies and procedures. Previous audit reports, we can ask system inventory. System inventory is very important part because on basis of that only you are going to perform the risk assessment.
Hmm.
Okay, you can able to identify the critical people, process, technology, and assets basically on the basis of the risk, base of the inventory basically. So you can ask that you that is a one of the important document, asset register, right?
Hmm.
So asset register basically for the CMDB, we
CMDB.
many people, yeah, many organization are maintaining in that. Many large organization are maintaining. So regularly, basically regularly, most of the assets are uh, they are what is called end of life. They've reached to the end of life, so then we need
Hmm.
to scrap it.
Decommissioning.
Yeah, we need to
Hmm.
decommission in, we need to scrap that, and new devices are being added into the,
Onboarded.
yeah. So these things are these exercises continuously going on. So we all everything we are automatically basically maintaining this using the CMDB, right?
Hmm.
So through that we can generate the asset register.
Yes.
Fine. Suppose one observation is identified that audit plan did not include cloud hosted system. Okay. Audit plan
Hmm.
did not include cloud hosted system despite their criticality to business operation. In the business operation, it isn't critical, but in the audit plan, cloud hosted system is not included. So
Then it's observation.
yeah, it's an observation. So basically, this is happening uh, because being an auditor, and you are going to audit a CBS, so you should be aware that they must be, uh, having the cloud
Hmm.
services, right? And in spite of knowing that, you have not included cloud hosted system into your
Hmm.
audit part. So there will be issue with the your audit universe. You got my point. Under the audit universe,
Hmm.
everything should come like everything related with, here take an example of CBS system and related peripheral system. Peripheral system means CBS system is the core system where you are going to audit, you are performing audit. But thing is that
Hmm.
peripheral system are connected system with them. Connected system means
Hmm.
from which system the CBS is taking the services, right? Or
Hmm.
or uploading the data to the on their uh, services on their system. Okay, so here
Hmm.
one of the important peripheral or connected system is a cloud, right? So
Hmm.
frequently bank is uploading their data onto the cloud. They have their uh, data bank into the cloud. So, and we have not considered it. We only considered the on-premises data center only. That is the one of the
Hmm.
issue. So there, this issue comes under the uh, Means we have not properly identified the audit universe. You got my point? We
Yes.
need to look after all the possibility before going to the audit.
Hmm.
Okay. So we need to update the audit universe. Universe means in our documents, in our charter, that there would be a possibility that uh, there would be chance that uh, the bank is hosting their data onto the cloud. So we there would be chances that cloud audit would also be required, right?
Yes.
So we need to update the audit universe and risk assessment, perform the risk assessment accordingly, right?
Hmm.
So what is basically a risk audit universe? To understand the concept of audit universe and how it support risk based audit planning is basically, so it is a basically complete inventory of our auditable entities within an organization. Okay. So so we can understand using the analogy, the universe, our universe only. Our universe contain all the stars, planets, and everything, right? If we talk about the Earth only, it has a tree, if we have a humans and animals, right? But if we talk about the planetary system, it has a, or the planets. Then if you go for the interplanetary systems, so all galaxies and all this. Then if you go for the universes, all the universe is very vast. It include everything, right? So in the similar way, audit universe is basically, it is a complete inventory of auditable entities within an organization. What are the possibilities can be there? We can basically, we cannot deny that we need to basically go with all the possibilities, that there should be chance that this system or uh, connected system also comes under the audit universe, right? So that is called the audit
Hmm.
universe. All the possible inventories, that is called the audit universe. You got my point?
Yes.
Yeah, so without the accurate audit universe, means if we are not considering audit universe properly, there would be high risk that system may be overlooked. You got my point? So there
Hmm.
would be chance that although we are going to perform audit for the CBS, but we have missed uh, some peripheral or connected system with the CBS, who are from where data has been transferred or services has been transferred within that. So, right. So suppose here,
Hmm.
in taking example of data privacy, suppose that a bank is providing or doing the transaction to the European Union or uh, other geographical places. So in that case, under the audit universe, what would come apart from this? If they are transferring or collecting the data from the European Union.
GDPR will be
Yes,
applicable.
yeah. So if normally we will see, if we will not consider the audit universe, we will, if we will normally go, then we will only audit for what we audit. We will audit only the on premises and all the securities, on premises security and over the cloud. Okay. And if we
Hmm.
don't consider the privacy angle, okay, then there would be a high chance that we would miss this GDPR, right?
Hmm.
So, but if we take that angle also, that if you are collecting data from the European Union, right, customer, then data privacy would also be applicable. Then that is also comes under the audit. Got
Hmm.
it? So
Yes.
always think like that. Think like that, like uh, you need to look after all the possibilities.
Hmm.
Nothing should be ignored. Okay.
Got it.
So accordingly, you will need to perform the audit. So under the audit universe, basically, typically few the major components will comes like business processes, applications, servers, database, cloud platform, network, identity systems, DevSecOps pipelines. third-party vendors, data centers, business continuity, disaster recovery, cyber security, and AI. Okay, so these are
Hmm.
the typical audit universe uh, components, basically, I would say
Hmm.
that we need to consider, right? Till here, any question?
No, no.
Did you go through that? I think you must get a link for one uh, question, one question paper, one questions for domain one in the group. I think anyone has
Mm,
shared with you.
yes, Abhay, I think.
Yes, yes, Abhay has shared. So did you get a chance to go through that?
I gone through the notes only. Didn't go through the question. I will
Question means
do it today.
it was a kind it's a question basically. It is having a questions MCQs related with domain one only it was.
Ah,
So
yes.
we have asked yeah I have asked him to share that in between if you got a time then you can go through that. No worries if
But
you
notes I have gone through.
fine. Okay, okay.
Detailed one.
Fine, fine. No problem. We can you can do that questionnaire by either today
Yeah,
or
after
tomorrow.
this today's session, I will do it.
Fine, fine, no
No issue.
problem. Then risk-based audit prioritization. So basically, under the risk-based audit planning we use the risk plotting like likelihood. Like we prepare a matrix on the basis of low, medium, high, and critical. Uh, 5 cross 5 matrix we prepare, and on basis of
Hmm.
that we basically identify the criticalities. So that basically perform in the two ways, uh, quantitative and qualitative. Under the quantitative, we use the quantity means that can be the asset which has a dollar value which can be measurable. We can basically identify that and
Hmm.
try to identify their asset value, and then on basis of that we perform the quantitative analysis, right? So
Hmm.
suppose there is an asset, we need to identify the asset value that is based on the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. If any case, if any of in any of these these three, any of one will get compromised, then what would be the impact on the business, basically?
Hmm.
So, how to perform that and how we will do that in detail, we will do once we perform the risk assessment. We will see that, okay? That quantitative.
Hmm.
Qua- Okay. Under the qualitative, those asset will come which cannot be measured in terms of dollar value. We can classify into like a low, medium, and high category, right? So
Okay.
that can be measured in that way. So suppose a bank has a 6,000 servers, 900 applications, 15 cloud subscription to 50 vendors. Okay, so
Hmm.
it's an example of a enterprise example. So a risk assessment identifies. So, and if we perform the risk assessment, we go for the core banking basically. So, core banking is one of the critical function of the bank. We will have to perform the risk assessment of that. Then, identity management, payment system, cloud infrastructure. These are comes under the highest audit priorities.
Hmm.
Okay. So, suppose a core banking system, we need to assign business criticality as a critical. since it's a core banking and transactions are going on, financial transaction, so it comes under the critical one. Active Directories also comes under the critical one. Why? Because
Critical.
employees are are being only we need to ensure that only the authorized and authenticated person only have access to the application. So that's why Active Directory audit comes under the critical one. Then Azure,
Hmm.
if you have they are having the cloud subscription, right? uh, like Azure or AWS or GCP. So that is also comes under the high.
Hmm.
Why it is comes under the high, not critical? Reason being that it is not related with the financial transaction, because there we have storing our user data, user identities and data, right?
Hmm.
Real money or transaction, it is not related with that, but still it is a critical one. So that why the criticality of business we marked as a high. Okay.
Hmm.
And then HR system is having a
High.
like yeah, HR system is can be considered high, but here basically main objective is that they have a what is the objective of HR? They are managing the all the you know joiners, movers and levers.
Hiring.
Yeah,
Yes.
joiners and movers and levers, managing the identities and also the payroll. Also, they are managing, right? So all these
Hmm.
things they are managing. So they it comes under the high, because payroll comes under that. Okay, so it comes under the high. And marketing website, suppose, so that website is for the customer, right? For the public.
Hmm.
So that their business criticality would be low, because their intention is to awareness to the public, right? And to aware about their product, banking product to the
Hmm.
uh, although I think we should also keep into the medium, because thing is that if that your marketing website will be down, your your marketing, your publication, your whatever marketing you are doing, so it will be blocked, and it would hamper the business, right? It is directly connected with the business, right? So it
Hmm.
comes under the medium. Okay.
Yes.
So these are the in this way we basically classify into low, medium, high, and critical, right?
Hmm.
So technical testing we will perform on this risk, on this critical asset which we have identified, like core banking, identity management, payment system, cloud infrastructure. Like we need to validate the asset inventory. We need to validate the CMDB, cloud inventory,
Hmm.
network diagram, application inventory, vendors. These are the example I'm just taking for validation for the critical application. So evidence required related with this would be CMDB export, asset register, cloud subscription inventory, application inventory, vendor inventory, and risk register. These evidence we can ask from the bank to perform the audit.
Hmm.
Okay. Then again the observation. Suppose in one observation will come that enterprise audit universe exclude SaaS application storing sensitive customer data. Now again, if an audit universe excludes SaaS application storing customer data, so again here we are excluding the possibility of no, we are not covering the entire universe of we are not covering the all possible assets. So again the risk would be high. So we can basically recommend to expand the audit universe to include all critical cloud service and third-party platform. So so we basically recommend the bank basically to expand the audit universe to include all critical cloud service and third-party platform. So basically, while we deciding for the audit universe, it is not just an exercise from an auditor end, it is also an exercise from an auditor end. It's a common exercise. So we can ask that what would be your possible assets, right? They will tell that we have a data center, we have a CBS, we have a core key people's employees, right? These are the assets, right? And then you can ask whether you are storing your data on premises or over to the cloud. If they said that over to the cloud also, so under the audit universe, cloud will also come under the audit. Okay. And if you are saying that whether you are also collecting data from the other geographical area, so if they said yes, then as per the geographical area, take an example of GDPR. So data privacy also comes under the audit universe. So that
Hmm.
audit universe exercise is not only from auditor end, it's a combined exercise basically. So while deciding the scope, we need to discuss this under the kickoff meeting. You got my point?
Hmm. Yes.
So we can understand from their end what would be the possible audit universe assets, okay,
Hmm.
which should come under the scope. First of all, we need to identify the audit universe. Then, based on the scope will be decided by the customer only, means by the auditee only. So,
Hmm.
for which department for which asset they want to go for the audit, right? So that scope can be decided later on, but we first need to understand the audit universe. You got my point?
Okay. Hmm.
So it's a combined exercise, right?
Hmm.
From auditor and auditee, both will do it. Fine. The audit scope. So risk-based audit planning we have already covered. Simple.
Scope also, I think. When.
Few things I would like to also communicate regarding the audit planning, risk-based audit
Hmm.
planning. So basically, risk-based audit planning is derived by few characteristics. Like auditor should know about the business impact, likelihood of failure, regulatory
Hmm.
requirement, criticality of an asset, threat landscape, and previous audit result. Okay, so these things we need to consider for the risk-based audit planning. Okay,
Okay.
and under that we should know the types of the risk, like inherent risk. Inherent
Hmm.
risk are the risk already inherited by the asset, uh, which is
Hmm.
already existing as risk. Control risk. Control risk are the risk that exists, control fails. So suppose for a firewall, you have configured the controls, but that control was not reviewed periodically, so it got failed. You got my point.
Hmm. Hmm.
So
Hmm.
that is called the control risk. Detection risk. So detection risk is a risk that auditor fails to detect a material issue. So what does it mean? So,
Auditor itself has failed to detect the risk.
yeah, so detection risk means auditor itself unable to identify the risk. Suppose
Hmm.
you have asked to sampling a privilege account. So in
Hmm.
while sampling, you have excluded some compromised account. You got my
Hmm.
point. So that is called the detection
Yes.
risk. The auditor by itself unable to identify the risk. Then residual
Hmm.
risk. Residual risk is the remaining risk after implementing the control.
Hmm.
Suppose you have implemented MFA. It reduces the risk, but it does not eliminate the phishing risk. You got my
Yes.
point. MFA
Hmm.
means they uh, only the authenticated person can enter into the system or into the application. But again, phishing risk is again their phishing risk means they have sent any email right from the outer
Hmm.
any hacker has sent a mail from the outer domain, and since due to the lack of the awareness, due to the lack
Hmm.
of the awareness, employee has clicked onto that email.
Phishing email.
So
Hmm.
that is called that risk is still there, right? You got my point. And
Hmm.
that will be reduced. How that can be reduced? That risk,
Training
but
awareness session.
yes, through training sessions. Here the issue is not with the technical or control the technical
Hmm.
issue. Here the issue is with the behavior part, right? Because
Hmm.
since the user is not well aware of these things, he has uh, click on that link, right?
Hmm.
Fine. Then for the audit scope, basically, as we have to understand the scope will be defined by into the kickoff meeting, basically. So on what geographical area that organization is operating, we need to understand that, and for which organization, which for which department that organization want to perform the audit, we need to identify that, and what are the systems, what are the key peoples are required under the scope, we need to identify that. So in nutshell, if we talk about, so under the audit scope, components will come like what are the systems, what are the application, what are the business processes,
Hmm.
time period, geographical location, regulatory requirement, interfaces, and third parties. What
Hmm.
are the third parties included? That we need to identify under the scope, right? So taking an example like Azure ID and access management, auditor is going to perform audit. Okay. So under the what are the scope under that would come Microsoft Entra ID,
Hmm.
that comes under that conditional access, PIMS will come, MFA will comes, and service accounts. These will come under the scope, right? Out of the scope will come on-premises AD, HR payroll system, and SAP ERP. Why? Why this comes out of the scope?
On-prem on-prem is that we are managing. Microsoft is
Hmm.
managing that Microsoft Intra uh,
Oh, yeah, that
ID.
cloud one.
So the scope is different, totally different.
Yeah, so our audit scope is only Azure ID,
Microsoft
identity and my
Azure
access
ID.
management. Okay, so for that,
Hmm.
that comes under the Azure cloud, right? So we will not
Hmm.
go for the on-premises Active
On-prem
Directory.
one.
Yeah, and HR or SAP ERP we will not going to audit. We will going
Hmm.
to audit under the scope only comes under the what comes under the cloud, Azure cloud. Okay,
Hmm.
that will be
Yes.
the scope, comes under the scope. There is a terminology come scope creep. Scope creep occur when
Scope
additional
creep.
work, yeah, additional work is added without formal approval. You got my point. So in this example, if you suppose you are going your audit environment, under the audit scope is your other identity and access management. So
Hmm.
you have to only audit Microsoft Entra ID, conditional access, privilege identity management,
Hmm.
MFA, service account. You have to edit. But apart from that, you also perform audit for the on-prem Active Directory. So that is a That is an extra thing you are doing,
Extra
right?
scope.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you are out of the scope. Things which comes under out of the scope, you are getting and doing it. So that is called the
Okay.
scope creep,
Hmm.
and that is and you have, no one has approved that. Without
Mm-hmm.
formal approval, you are doing this. Okay, that is called the scope creep.
Got it.
So we need to perform. We need to verify the technical testing. Uh, while doing the technical testing, we need to perform the scope document, shareholder. We need to check scope document, shareholder approval, included systems and excluded systems, and audit objective. You got it?
Hmm.
Got my point?
Hmm.
So we should be go as per the audit scope only. We should
Yes.
exclude the out of the scope uh, assets. Okay.
Hmm.
So one observation has come that the approved audit scope did not include privilege access management despite it being a critical business process. You
Hmm.
know, the approved audit scope did not include the privilege access management despite it being a critical business process. SIM is a critical business process. In spite of that, it is not come under the audit scope or approved audit scope. So here the risk would be high, and recommendation would be review audit scope against business critical before engagement begins.
Hmm.
So you need to here you need to review the audit scope against business criticality before engagement begins. So you need to properly
Okay.
verify your audit scope, because here the PIM is a business critical process, but it's still under the scope. It is not approved. So we need to
Hmm.
ask that why it is not approved, because it's a business critical process. It should be comes under the scope, right?
Hmm.
So that is the recommendation uh, we can provide to the management, that why we are not including the PIM being
Yes.
a being a business critical process.
Hmm.
Fine. Audit program. So I think we should take a lunch break. Then we will start from the audit program. Okay.
Yes, sure.
We will connect at 2 p.m. Okay.
Two. Okay.
Hello. Fine.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Fine. Let's have a break of 1 hour. Then we will connect. Okay.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Hi Devrit, are you back now? Hi Devrit, are you back now?
Yes, Ravi sir, back.
Hello,
Hello.
you are not audible.
Hello.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, audible.
Hello, are you getting my voice?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, let me reshare it. Just a minute.
Hmm.
My screen is visible to you?
Yes, visible.
Okay. So we have to start with audit program. Okay.
Hmm.
So fine. So basically, audit program is the roadmap of the audit. It document exactly how each control will be tested. Okay, so it's a basically a roadmap. Okay, so
Okay.
the component of the audit program is audit objective, control objective, risk, testing procedures, sampling, evidence required, and expected result and conclusion. So, so these are the major characteristic of the audit program. Okay,
Hmm.
so audit objective means what is the objective of audit? Why we are performing the audit? That need to be understand. Control objective, what are the controls, major controls we are going to perform? uh, Risk, what are the risks associated with the uh, with the audit? Testing procedure, how we will perform the test, test of design or test of effectiveness, that we will check. Sampling, how we will go for the sampling, how we will basically identify or decide on what basis sample would be collected. That is also the part of this audit objective. Evidence required, what are the list of evidence we need to consider or we need to ask from the auditee. Expected result. So after performing the audit, what would be the expected result that need to be properly documented, and then conclusion. So these are the major components. So taking an example like review of IAM policy. Okay, so here test procedure will be verify the approval for IAM, who is approving the access management. That approval is required. Okay, so evidence we can ask for the approval policy. And in the approval policy, we will get the process or procedure for the basically provisioning of the new users. Then a review, second example, let's take a review of MFA. while reviewing the MFA, so we will inspect the configuration, how the MFA has been configured. So we will ask for the MFA report as an evidence. A review, third example is a review of privilege account. So for that, the test procedure would be we will perform the audit for the sample users. So evidence we can ask for the access control matrix. So why the access control matrix? Because for the privileged users, basically activities that privileged user activity is the uh, critical activity, right? So access control metrics basically who are having the access to the privilege account that we need to understand and identify using the access metrics. So that evidence we will require. Then review logs. So what are the activities has been captured or logged for the privilege accounts? So that should be properly monitored and logged. So we can ask for the validate logging. We can go for the validate logging, and then we can also ask for the evidence as a SIEM report. So under the SIEM report, we basically identify what are the logs generated during the activity of the privileged users. The technical testing which we need to perform basically that comes under the walkthrough. We can go for the walkthrough, we can go for the inquiry, we can go for the observation, and then inspection. Observation, we can also go through the physical as well as logical, go through a walkthrough of the evidence. Inspection we can perform physically, re-performance if we think that there is a requirement to re-perform the activity or re-perform the walkthrough because the evidence which audit is showing is not as per the sample date. So we can ask for the re-perform it that activity. And data analytics. Data analytics basically required to identify basically basically what kind of data is basically coming from the endpoints, and it is going to the for the review to the from SIEM to the SOC basically. So what are the filters are applicable? Uh, so all the logs should be properly collected from all the endpoints. It is not like that uh, logs have been generated by any endpoint, but it is not uh, pushing into the SIEM. That need to be verified. So in the data analytics dashboard, it will basically cover all the all the in detail activity of the all the endpoints and how this correlation of logs will take place, how whether they are capable of identifying the false positive. And since there are multiple thousands and millions of logs have been generated under the same, so definitely most of the logs, all logs are not true logs. Most of them are false positive. So we need to specifically regulate that. We need to specifically identify or funnel down basically by implementing or analyzing the logs and implementing the respective rules, correlating the logs, and then we come up to the logs which are really basically a true what would say um on that basically true analysis can be performed, right? So that all these things will be covered under the data analytics part.
Okay.
Right. So, like suppose for an enterprise, I'm taking an example like for Azure DevOps. So, if you are doing the audit for the DevOps, so basically we need to review the repository permission, we need to review the branch protection, validate the pipeline approval, reviews secret management, and inspect the audit logs. You got my point. Are you aware
Mm.
about the DevOps, DevSecOps or DevOps? Somewhat.
DevOps, not that much.
Not that much. Basically, in DevOps, DevOps is a part of your CI/CD pipeline is there. CI/CD means continuous integration and continuous development. Earlier, what happened?
Yes.
That developer has developed the codes and they push the code into the means server, and then another person is review it and validate it. And once it is validated, it will go for the execution, right?
Mm.
That will be a time-taking process, but uh, and each time when developer make the changes into the code, so every time the entire code need to be reviewed, so that the uh, developer will ensure that a correct code is going or pushing into the production, right? So that the business would
Mm.
not hamper. So this is basically a very time-taking process. It will take around 1 month of 20 to 30 days of time. But so in order to reduce this, there is an automation uh, process has come that is called DevOps, development operation. Okay, so under the DevOps, basically here what we are having, basically the developer is doing the development. They're pushing all the codes into the GitHub. Okay, and there is a GitHub
Mm.
pipeline through GitHub. Basically, uh, there the security people will perform the security testing, the initial level of security testing, that is called the SAST analysis. So that is called SAST, means static application testing.
Mm.
Static application security testing is called SAST. So they are basically a tool we use. SAST tool is one of the tool is uh, Sonar Cube. We use that and we identify the vulnerabilities inside the code. That is based on basically on OAP's top 10 vulnerabilities. So based on that,
Mm.
uh, the security people identify that is there any related vulnerabilities is there in the code or not. Once they validate it, they will send it to the development end, and on the runtime, basically another level of testing will be performed, that is called a DAS, dynamic application security testing. We are basically the tool we use is OAP ZAP tool is used where they perform the runtime vulnerabilities. Okay, so in this way, basically, it's a basically automation process. Automation process is DevOps team will develop a pipeline, an automation pipeline, basically where they push the code and at the end user, basically uh, it will be developed into the means development take place, development, testing, and production. These are the three stages basically, and all three environments will be separate from each other. So through this all these three phases, the code will move, and then once after the dynamic testing, it is ensured that all is okay, then it will be pushed into the production level. So I'm not going much deeper into that because it's again it's a separate topic. So in order to you can understand like that, in order to automate the entire development, right? And in
Mm.
this case, if it is not required to review the entire code each time the development make the changes. So it will be automatically only though that part will be reviewed there where the developer has performed the change. So that is an automatic. Just a minute, I am getting one call.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back now. So
Hmm.
we are talking about the DevOps. Okay, so DevOps is basically the main objective of DevOps is to automate the entire process of development. Okay, so developer perform the uh, develop the code, then it test it into the environment, and then in the production it push it, and uh, it will be live. Code will be live. So all these things will get automated into the DevOps basically. Okay, so there it has a entire life cycle of development, like code, build, test, implement, and deploy, and review and monitor. So it will again a separate topic. So just your objective is what is DevOps? So basically, DevOps is a process uh, which is there in place to automate the development process. Okay, and
Okay.
facilitate the developers. Okay, so on that, and frequently we are getting questions in CISA on the DevOps basically. So you need to
Hmm.
understand the basic concept of DevOps. Okay, so
Basics I know, but what are the
yeah,
tools they are using, where they are using, that is little bit
a tool basis question will
I
not be
don't know.
asked. A tool basis question will not be asked. They only ask the conceptual question basically. Like you need to
Okay.
understand what what is DevOps, what it is doing, what is CI/CD
Hmm.
pipeline, right? Um,
Hmm.
so what are the uh, life cycle of the DevOps? So these things they ask. Tool based in detail they will not going to ask. And again their motive of asking the DevOps is to again with respect of the audit. Okay,
Hmm.
so you need to again think like an auditor in that. No need to
Okay.
worry about the in-depth knowledge of the DevOps. Okay.
Got it.
So for the enterprise example, I'm giving you here as an example for the audit program. So for the Azure DevOps, if you are going to audit for Azure, so you need to review the repository permission. Repository is where is the place where all the codes will be stored. Okay. Review the branches protection. Branches, as I told you, there are while developing there is a multiple branches will be developed, that branches will be for performing the test for
Hmm.
development. So multiple branches will be developed by the developer in GitHub basically. So branch
So
protection,
branch
branches
protection.
basically,
Okay.
yeah, branch protection, like any developer has created one branch where they are
Hmm.
basically performing the testing, okay, of their code.
Hmm.
Okay, so it should be protected. Like if it is not protected, and suppose that application is related to the financial application, so there would be a possibility that any hacker can make the changes into that branch, or insert a pseudo code or bug into the branch. Okay,
Hmm.
so that will be create a issue later on. So
Hmm.
that branch access should be protected. Okay,
Okay.
so being an auditor, you need you need to review the branch protection, validate pipeline approval. Sorry. So
Hmm.
pipeline approval means there is a CI/CD pipeline. Okay, continuous integration, continuous development. Okay, so these
Hmm.
pipeline validation need to be approved, like who is having the access of this pipeline, right? Like there are
Okay.
developers who are having the access of this pipeline, or few developers who are working in the production, in the development, few are working in the testing, and few are working in the deployment environment.
Hmm.
So there is a pipeline into these environments. So you need to validate who is having the access to this pipeline, and whether it is authorized or not. So that list you can ask from the DevOps engineer. Okay. And review
Okay.
secret management. Secret management is like suppose you are developing a code, and it is asking for the authentication, and for that you need to uh, means user need to provide the user ID password, or there is a admin panel, right? Admin panel, there is a admin panel, there will be a code. So for that, all the activity can be monitored. So what developer has done, they have hard coded that code into the development, while development into the code, they have hard coded. So means they have
Hmm.
placed they have put the user ID and password, means credential, into the code itself. Now what happened in that case? Basically, if anyone, any unauthorized person get that code, so their user ID and password of that application will be, uh, he will get that credentials. So that is called the secret management. So uh, all these things should be reviewed. Secrets has to be placed into the vault. There is a specific
Okay.
place to store the secret. That is called the vault.
Hmm.
Okay, there only they should keep all the secrets. Okay, so that you can ask. Inspect audit logs. Audit logs you can
Audit
inspect.
logs.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. So in this way, you can these are the evidences you can, or you can review these things while doing the DevOps audit.
But in I have still one doubt. Like once the development team, okay, so they have two separate environment, right? One
Three
is for
environment.
dev.
They have three
Okay, three
environment.
environments
Yeah, for the development, testing, and
for the
production.
development.
Testing and
Okay,
production.
and testing and then production.
Yes, yes.
So, uh, so, so the CI/CD pipeline is the link for all these three within this all three environment, right? So
It is not the
continuously
link.
they will.
It is not the link basically. It is basically
Hmm.
they have what we call, they have created a path actually. That's why it is called a pipeline. They have created a path where they basically, through which they have they got the access. That is not in the
Okay.
form of a link actually.
I got it. But let's say I have a team of software developers. Okay, we are developing a software, right?
Yes,
Just taking one example to better understand this.
right.
So, like, let's say we have a head of a developer head, and
Yes.
below that there are five junior developers. So the head will create a repository, right?
Mm-hmm.
He will be the owner of the repository, and then he will create different branches for all these junior developers. Okay,
Yes, yes.
you can correct me if I'm going wrong because
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not very sure
You are absolutely,
how the
yeah, you are
things are.
correct.
uh,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so he will assign like agile method through that Scrum call will happen. They will start working on day-to-day tasks on
Mm-hmm.
different features of the app, and they will push it into the GitHub via the branches. Okay,
Right.
into the GitHub, and then this testing will be performed
Mm-hmm.
there. I don't know like how testing will be performed in this scenario where and then how it will be deploying to production, that I don't know. This transition I don't know, the testing and the when how
So,
they will be
so developer,
deploying to.
so the senior developer has granted access to the junior developer to the repository. They have
Yes,
they have built the pipeline, and so whatever junior
yes,
developer perform the development, it will store into the development environment. All their codes will be going to store into development environment. Okay. So there
like
is a
into a server or like
yeah,
how.
it's a cloud server basically. In cloud, all these things are going on.
Okay, okay.
All these things are happening in the cloud, in Azure,
Hmm,
AWS, or Google.
hmm,
Okay.
hmm,
So so once they develop the code,
hmm.
and they confirm, they committed that the code is okay for the testing. So
Mm-hmm.
there is a separate team of testing who will access the same repository of the code. Okay,
So
or they can also
they
they
will
can
access the repository. They can see the code, the tester. Let's say four,
they
five
can
tester are there.
there are two ways. There are two ways. They can either make a clone of that code into their environment, test
Okay.
environment, or they also work on that. But it is advisable to make a clone of that basically into the test environment. So suppose
Okay.
the code is ready and they have committed that code is ready and ready for the testing. So they have made a clone.
Mm,
They have actually made a clone from the development environment to the test environment to the particular code. And then
mm,
after that, similar in the similar way, like in the development, the junior developer has a have an access to that code. In the similar way,
mm.
there is a separate team of test environment who will get an access for
Mm.
performing the test. Okay, so there they
Okay.
perform the test. Suppose there is no and they perform the test, and then suppose any vulnerabilities were identified. So once they patch it and everything will happen, then the final code will be send it to send for the production level for the execution. There is a one another uh, uh, pre-prod is called, that is called the pre-production, and that is called the staging, where
Staging.
where the developer should ensure that there will be no vulnerabilities or get into the application. They need to ensure that.
Mm.
So once they ensure that, then only they will deploy this to the production. So this is how.
Okay.
So all the teams must miss the employee of these uh, production and development and your testing environment. All these things, all these employee will be a different one. You got
Mm.
my point. They do not have
Correct.
the test environment employee do not have access to the developer. Developer do not have access to the production.
But still, I have doubt in this testing part. Like, let's say I have a team of testers. There are like four, five people who is qualified for testing the application.
Yes.
And developer team has deployed everything into one server,
Mm-hmm.
the application. Then how they will like